we were struggling. We were actually struggling under the effect of inflation and barely able to hold our head on. So when our business was sick, I was happy because I told myself that I was going to approach this training with the mindset of a sponge, ready to soak up any and every information that I could garner, just so that we could pull our business out of the dark hole that we have found ourselves then. I learned the importance of business. I learned the importance of brand position and pricing. I learned from Jojo, at that in times of inflation, my business wasn't growing at the same rate with which the inflation was growing. Then my business was going to struggle, which what we were actually experiencing at that time. For me, that information was like a light bulb moment for me. It was like Rema. I learned how to brand my business. I learned from Mr. Sam that there was nothing like affordable luxury. If you give value, your customers will pay for it. We immediately went to work. We had some funds that came in about that time. That fund we had, it was a grant that we had won. So with that fund, we began to work on our branding. We branded all our packaging materials. We worked on improving our quality. And guess what? Our customers noticed. And they complimented our efforts. It was actually a strategy. Then the next phase of the strategy was that we increased our prices. Now, this was something we had diligently put off because we felt that our customers were going to protest and that we were going to lose them, and we felt that we couldn't afford losing customers at that point in time in our business. But you see, the training that I got from Access Bank, the training that I got actually emboldened us to go ahead with that decision. And I can tell you that our business is better for it. Inflation had forced a lot of customers who used to patronize the high-end dry cleaners to begin to look for more affordable but good quality alternatives. And that is where we positioned our business. Now, the strategy of positioning our brand was like the funnel that helped us draw this category of customers in. Continuous working to improve our quality is a gospel that we now preach in our business, to our team in Closet 121. Once, I remember that during that training, I once overheard one of my classmates in cohort 1 she had walked up to one of the facilitators after the meeting, after that training that day. And I overheard her asking the facilitator that she wanted to be a facilitator too, that how can she go about it? Now, the response of that facilitator was that start practicing on your staff. When I heard that, I made up my mind that I was going to start speaking to our team. I was going to start speaking to our staff, about our vision. I proposed in my heart that our meeting day with our staff will not just be about discussing what went wrong in our processes, but it will be about sharing our vision with them and also helping them see themselves in that vision. One day, with the help of God, I began to tell them that beyond laundering and dry cleaning, the garments in our factory, that what we were actually doing is curating value that people will exchange their money for. I do not know if it was the words I used or if it was how I said it, But all I know is that the atmosphere in our factory from that day changed. You know, their mentality, their mindset, because I think they had a mindset shift, a paradigm shift. We have become more intentional about staying true to what we say our service offerings are. Right now, we have engaged the services of a brand strategist because our eyes have opened to seeing the results, the benefits of being intentional about, to being intentional about our brand positioning. You know, and our assignment for this brand strategy is simple. We want this brand strategy to further help us push our brand. The little we did on our own, we saw many. So we contact with somebody whose job description is to help position brand in the market. If we could engage the services of such a person, then we will see better results. So I would say that my key takeaway from the training that I got from Access Bank is that it opened our eyes to become more intentional about what we are and staying true to it. And I can say that our business process one-to-one has not been the same with that training. Thank you very much.
That's amazing. Can we give our virtual claps? If you can, just give our virtual claps. Or you can use the reaction. Like, thank you so much. You know, the thing is, you just took it right out of my mouth, sincerely, because everything I'm hearing you say, the action word is intentionality. The action word is intentionality, and it's so amazing that just a single engagement with the right person or with the right institution can trigger for you a journey into fulfillment of things that you have only thought of or that you have dreamed about. Thank you so much. Now, for the sake of our time, what we were supposed to have right now is our icebreaker, but we'll leave it till after the session, right? We have games, and one of us is going to be handling that session. But before then, I think Closets One-to-One has already itemed the entire stuff for us, right? And I think it's about time that we ride on the tide that she has set for us. The first person I want to call is Safio. We want to have a testimonial session, right? Something similar to what she just did, but not really as lengthy as it is. In the next 20 minutes, we have four people that has been spoken with, right? And they will be giving us testimonials. Like I said, the essence of this conversation is to inspire you, is to also motivate you, trigger you into action, right? So I won't say for too much. I would want to invite on board Sefio, Philona, or Ginny, right, to come on board and have a testimonial. And to be candid, I have no idea what she wants to talk about. So I myself would as well be inspired by whatever it is that she would say today. So Sefio, over to you, and good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Hi,
I
it's good to
see.
see your face.
Wow. So first of all, I want to commend everyone's efforts, especially the organizers. You guys are amazing. The energy you brought into this, the planning, the everything. It's not easy to sacrifice your time putting together this event. God bless you. We appreciate you so much. And to
Thank
every
you.
woman in this call, even those who were not able to join, it's just for us to keep pushing. Like they said, invest in women and the growth. Definitely, we are making the sacrifices now, and for time we will reap out of all the effort. So the testimony I want to share is that so prior to coming to Access Bank, I think this was the first time Access Bank this featureathon was the first official, should I say, pitch I have ever done. You know, we always say we pitch to customers and all of that, but this was the first time I went through a training class and I stood before judges to pitch my business. I know, Omotola, you remember how happened, how nervous I was and all of that. But the class was, I learned a whole lot, and it has transformed my business. Prior to coming, would have asked more time for us to soak in more. But the little we learned has been helpful. Let me just give a little gist. I will try to be very brief. So when the first time I got the call that I have qualified, in fact, I dropped the call. I was like, come on, these are scammers, they come again. And I dropped. Again, the lady called me back. That was the first. She called me back and said, did you hear what I just said? I need you to confirm your availability and all of that. And I was like, oh, this is real. Oh. And she said, do you know out of, I think, how many thousand women your business was chosen? And then I knew that this was really, it was now a reality. Now to come on this program also, there were so many doubts. Can I make it? How can I transport myself from Alakuko to the island? You know, these are the thoughts sometimes that we bring to mind then, and we become very discouraged. I never knew I would be able to pass through that training. My transportation, the accommodation, these were the things I was asking myself. But one thing is this: when you put your heart to doing something, first thing is your determination, you want to do it, and every other resources will fall into place. That was just what I understood in this whole thing. Because me myself, I never knew how I was able to transport myself to the island. I can't, even till today, it was just God that orchestrated it. God brought people within the courts who were helping us every day, and they didn't even collect a dime from us. So ladies, please, I don't know if she's here, I know she will not like this, but please, you will help me thank Mrs. Fumi, yes, of I'm trying to remember the name of, I think that just gone off my head. Travels, Mickey May Travels, yes. That woman is amazing. She never collected one
Wow.
naira from us, taking us from the mainland to the island. You know, both to and fro. It was amazing. Networking with my fellow cohorts, you know, it was something I enjoyed. Seeing women that had so many robust ideas, they would share. Nobody was forming for you, except you don't want to learn. You walk up to them and tell them, this and this is what I need you to put me through. And they will just give you a listening ear. They will give you a direction. In fact, above and beyond, it was in fact a wonderful experience. We related as if we had known ourselves before coming to that class. Then let me talk on the, sorry, I'm trying to rush up so that I don't take every other person's time. The facilitators were so amazing. That's the truth. I remember one day in the church, I shared with a friend, I told her, I want Access Bank, Pitchaton, whatever, and the facilitators are from EDC. And she was like, man, do you know how much it costs to go to EDC? That's about 5 million naira. The way she was just talking about it. And I had to go Google IFC certificate. Huh. Since then, I've had bragging rights, so I won't lie to you. You know, having that certificate alone and the knowledge that was impacted into us. My style of pricing has changed after I came to that class. You know, there was something that Mr. Jojo said. He talked about our pricing, that we should tag our pricing to the our pricing strategy should be on the quality, based on the quality of business or service that we are rendering. So looking at me, I didn't introduce myself early enough. I'm a cleaning expert and pest control professional. So I knew that what I was doing was something that needed education for me to lecture people, educate them on the reason they have to embrace integrated pest management. But hey, then prior to coming to Access Bank, I was having this feeling that everybody needed my business. But if we remember consistently in the class, each of the facilitators kept saying, it is not everybody that you will sell to. So that class really opened my eyes to knowing what I have, what I carry, and knowing who I should target, who should be my customer, so that I don't keep wasting my energy. For instance, I remember in that class, somebody called me and said they wanted to do a bed bug control. And how much? And I was like, no, we don't give price like that. We need to do inspection. I was trying to take them through the operations, how we work. And the person was like, you're speaking English. Oh, I just want something that will just spray and will just kill bed bugs. I said, no, we don't work like that.
And so that thing, the person dropped off. And I remember I shared it in class, and the facilitator said, they are not your customers, you move on. You will definitely get those who are interested in what you carry. So I've been able to niche, have know my target audience as those who are willing and ready to embrace the service that we are rendering. Prior to now, also, we used to do our type of selling. Mr. Mole taught that. I now do consultative selling. I don't do the conventional. So that was one thing that's worked for me, and it has helped me. Clients now listen to me. I educate them. I tell them the approach, so they pay us based on the quality of the service we want to render to them. Rebranding. Before now, I used to call myself I'm a cleaner. Now, when I go to an event and I say I'm a cleaner, people tend to look at me. Really, you are a cleaner? And for me, I was having fun, because saying I'm a cleaner used to drive attention to me. But not knowing also that there are some places that we enter, I cannot just introduce myself as a cleaner, despite how I look. So I remember Mr. Mole said something. He said, rebrand yourself. So it was from Access Bank training that I decided to rebrand myself. And when you ask me, who are you? And I will tell you that Philomena Ojini is a cleaning expert and pest control professional. So you see that.
Thank you.
so,
Thank you.
so you see the class that it has given to me. So I want to thank everybody. And lastly, I have become financially disciplined. I used to dip my hand into my finances. I could transfer to myself, because it's business name, me, myself, I would do anyhow the way I like. But I remember the day through this, what's it called, the training, we were told that we should not just because we are women, because it's business name, we should do anyhow we like. Okay, I have started structuring my business. I have started becoming compliant. My tax now, I'm doing that. A lot of things that the class has set the pace for me. And I know I will come back to testify more of how much advancement we have made in the business. Thank you so very much for giving me the opportunity to share my testimony. And God bless. I think Mrs. Abiodun is on this call. God bless you and bless every other person that has contributed to making us who we are today. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Don't mind me. I prefer to call by our brand name, Sergio. Thank you so much. That was amazing. I remember having conversation with Sergio multiple times. She'd be like, Omotola, I don't know if I can do this. Like I think one particular thing I loved about my interaction with you, Sergio, was that you were very curious and you were not ashamed to ask questions. And that for me was one of the things that I learned, like engaging with you. And it reminded me that I should understand that I am not an island in myself. I need other people to also feed into me because I am a vessel. And what do vessels do? They take. Right? They take and then they give out. But then you can't give out if you do not have something inside of you. So thank you so much for sharing your story with us. Is Kofo here? I would want Kofo to go next. We have four of our speakers here before we go into our icebreaker, and then we have the keynote session. Do we have Kofo here? I know that many people were having a network issue. All right, Kofo, kindly unmute yourself. The stage is yours.
Hi, everyone, once again. Hi, everyone. I don't know if the environment is conducive enough for you guys to hear me, but hope you can hear me.
Yes, I can.
Yes. Hi, nice to see you again. So my name is Koforola Awira, and I'm founder of Dark Empire Limited. So yes, my testimony. So coming to the Womenpreneurship program, that's not my first of its kind, like of its kind. I'm like I go for events a lot and I preach, but you know, as a food technologist, because I'm a graduate of food science and technology, so I'm doing what I studied. So that's like it's like a continuation for me. So that's one thing I'm proud of myself that I am doing what I studied. So going for Womenpreneur, I already had my Like I didn't know what I was trying to upgrade. So it was not like something I've never had before or something I've never done before. But I was just looking for an avenue to upgrade. If if you're on this call and you're in course one, I remember one day when a lecturer, sorry, it's a lecturer, when the facilitator entered the class and was like, oh, was teaching us about sales and all of that. I had to ask him, I said, hope you will do better than the person that taught me, because the person that taught me did a very good job and I will never forget. And I remember since then, I was able to talk to few people in class, and I think I tried my best in class to always contribute to anything people say, because I felt if I know something, it's better to let people know, okay, this is what I know. And when I feel like they don't know it, oh, this is what you don't know. Add this to your knowledge so that you'll be able to use it for next thing or next time. So I think I tried my best in class doing that for quite a number of people. So why am I saying all of this? So I remember during the sales, I I always had it at the back of my mind that anybody that is talking about sales, if the person doesn't say it right, I will always comfort the person, because my knowledge about sales has always been, for instance, now if this is pricing, the production, either the labeling, the everything that it is production of water must be inclusive. So when anybody talks about about pricing for me, I already I always want to hear what you have to say about it. Hope you are not lying, like that kind of thing. Like hope you know what you are saying. I don't like when people like confuse the knowledge I have. So during the class, along the line, I used to do my product class, and I'm grateful to quite a number of people that patronize. I think the old for one, I don't know if it's everyone or probably one or two people that did not buy. I'm grateful. Everybody they knew that has food during that period, and I was asking people, what do you think we should do better? What do you think we should do? What should we remove? And from there, I was able to talk to people and they were like, oh, Popo, you need to rebrand this kind of packaging material. So that period, we were doing sachet because we noticed that quite a number of people, even if they have the money, they just want something smaller that they can say, they can count, they can say, okay, today I'm opening this sachet to use. So that period, we realized that we needed to rebrand our packaging material for the sachet. And to God be the glory, we are working on it. It's not an easy task, but we thank God. We listen to our customers complain, and right now we are working on the branding of our packaging material for our sachet product. And I really want to say that every woman that is into business, I really want to say thumbs up. It's a lot to be sincere, especially if your business is capital intensive. And for my own kind of field, yes, it's very capital intensive. And I want you to know that business, it's not a do or die affair, yes. It's not a do or die affair. But keep pushing. That's just it. And don't be on your own. Yeah, you need to go for events, you need to go for workshops, you need to go for programs that will enlighten you. And if the opportunity don't come, don't hide it. Tell people, okay, for instance, when people were preaching in class, if one or two people can remember, you remember that I kept advising the people, no, you don't pitch like this, you pitch like this. Help people if you can. Enlighten people that you feel like, oh, they need to learn more. But when you notice that there are some people that are not teachable, try to hold yourself back so that you don't look like you are into their faces too much. And so that people will not tell you like know it all. So that's one of the things that I learned. I'm really grateful for Womenpreneurship, Access Bank, Mrs. Abiodun. I don't know. She's just got sent. She has this personal love. I don't know. If you know her one on one, you know that she's loved. Like she herself, she's loved. She's that kind of person that if you talk to her, if she has the solution to give to you, she will definitely do it. And to everyone I've met, I've not met, um, I really want to say thank you guys for the opportunity to be here, and I love you all so much. Hope I said something. I just don't want to take time. Thank you all, guys.
It's all right. Thank you so much. I think for me, I'm trying my best to read in between the lines to even hear the things that you are not saying, hearing. But I think for me, from the things that you said, I also see a lot of intentionality and the fact that you are not shy about talking about your business. And I think I also engaged with you in the class, and I can attest to the fact that you are not ashamed or you would never withdraw whatever information that you have. Before we tell you the way it is, whatever she feels like is the right thing that you are expected to know. If she can put it inside your head, Popo will do everything in our power to ensure that she communicates it as clear as she possibly can, which is something that I think we can all emulate. The fact that we all have information, and sometimes this information, we sometimes think that they are not so much. It's not really consequential. That's because sometimes many of us compare ourselves with people that we think they are high up there, and we look at ourselves, we think, I don't have so much. What do I even have that I want to say to this person? That is also what cripples some people from even starting that business that they have, because you feel like many people are already doing this business already. What do I want to do that will be different? Unknown to you that we are all unique in our ways, right? You can have three brands doing the same thing within the same environment, right? Selling the same product, selling the same service, but I can tell you for a fact that there will be certain things that are critical to their uniqueness. Not even I'm not even talking about their branding, how they package their business. I'm talking about their service delivery. I'm talking about their value system. I'm talking about their work culture. These are things that make us very, very unique in our ways. That despite the fact that we are doing things that are similar, we can still bring the uniqueness that we have. And it is this diversity that brings about the beauty that is inherent in every single one of us. So thank you so much, Kofo, for sharing with us. I do not know if Olaoluwa Fabrics is on this call. If she is not, I think I would want to call on Ayeni Wuraula. Do we have any one of you on this call? Is Wuraula on this call, or is Olaoluwa Fabrics on this call?
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me? Hello? Hello, can you hear me now?
Please kindly let me know.
Hello?
And we are there. Okay, I have
Hello, can
somebody
you
who
hear
will
me?
win our call card. So, and I think I want to ask. Sorry, I didn't know that. I see you. Raise up your hand, please. Raise up your hand in the chat. I can't
Hello,
unmute
can
you.
you hear me now?
Yeah. How are you today?
Fine, thank you. How are you
Yes,
doing?
I can.
Good
I'm very, very
afternoon. My
good.
name is
It's good to see
Shokunbi
you.
Kapilat Oluwatosin, founder of Olaolu Fabric Gifts. I do Afrocentric gift souvenir with the use of African fabrics such as Ankara, Adire, and Ashoke. Coming to Access Bank as a woman entrepreneurship, I learned a lot. When it comes to finance, me as the person, I'm serious because as a science, I don't like anything when it comes to account. I'm a pharmacist by profession, but my heart for art and crafts make me love what I do. So when I came to Access Bank and when it comes to finance, I was just like, until today, you understand? Because I believe my business account, I was not really running it. I was just using my savings. Anytime I like, I use my business account. But when I came, I received the lectures, I learned about what I can gain from it and what I am losing from it. Then I have to put all things right. That's just the best part of it. I've learned a lot from Mr. Sam. Not everybody are your customers. I never feel like maybe you're at the down stage. You can come up. Don't think because somebody is at the higher stage, you can't confront or seek help from most of them. Has Grace. She does this closer Grace. She's the closer lady. She does laundry. I call her several times. Anytime. I just feel like she knows. I just say, hello, Grace. She knows. I just say, please, I don't understand this. How will I go about it? Tell me this. I will confront her. I will call anybody I want to. The least thing you tell me is just like, I can't help you. And the least thing you think is just like, okay, I will help you. And some people just maybe because of maybe you are using grants. How do you receive? I've never even received any grants in my life. All I know is just like I've been using my personal money and my business money to run my business. Don't believe you will not get to the high point. Everything in this life is a step by step. And don't believe everybody is your customer. No way. Your real customer will come. Somebody like me, I will tell you I don't sell cheap because I am not cheap. Because I know the value of what I am carrying. So if you know the value of what you are carrying, then let people that comes to you, let them know the impact of that thing that is just going to give them. When somebody say, I can't pay 1 naira, are you the only person doing this thing? Just say, don't worry. You just be looking at the person. If that person has gone to elsewhere, she will get, if that's the quality she wants, she will get it there. If you are the one that has the good benefits, the person will get it from you. And number one about me, just like, I know I have a lot of people that do handmade things, handbag, things like that, souvenirs. I don't think I have a competitor. Only if you think you're my competitor. I only do my own things to get to the structure. I'm only looking at the structure and how I will rebrand my thing. My product will speak for themselves, not me speaking for my product. I don't need to start telling you my shopping bag is my shopping bag. Only if you use it, you will know the benefits. And people that have been using it will tell you this is this, this is this. So coming to Access Bank, I really appreciate it that they gave me the slot coming to Access Bank because I come from mainland to the island every day just for the lecture. And I have not for a single day regretted it. What me I was looking for most was just like looking for a mentor like Mr. Mole that can push you. You say you must do this today, you must do this today, you must do this tomorrow. That's many things about life. Business is not for the weak. You must be somebody that loves to do what you like doing best. Things in you will produce your good business. Your quality and time frame in you will give you what you want. Just believe everything in life comes with time. So I appreciate being in this meeting.
All right, thank you so much. I think one of the things that she really stressed in our conversation is the need or the importance for having not just a community but a mentor. And this is also going to be covered in the conversation that I'll be having in the panelist session because it's very, very crucial to our people. And one thing we must be able to do for ourselves as individuals is to create pathways that makes it easy for mentors to find us, that makes it easy for us to receive sponsorship. And that could mean you taking that bold step to apply for that grant. It could be you taking that bold step to approach that person that you feel is doing significantly well in their business, right? It means that you finding that boldness to reach out to that friend or to that person who lives around you or that person who you are seeing within your industry. It may just it may just mean that you going to that person to ask questions, right? And putting yourself out there, right? You must be able to create pathways that would make people who want to support you, that make people who want to help you, make it easy for them, because this can significantly impact your advancement. it can impact whatever it is that you end up becoming in the long run. And like every single person has said on this call, you realize that they never did it alone. There was someone who was always available to answer questions. There was someone who was always available to support with whatever resources that they need. And if there's anything that you take out from this conversation that we are having today, right, is that you must be ready and willing to receive help. All right. I don't know if Anda can speak. I think she's the last person to speak right now. Anda, please kindly unmute yourself. In the next 10-15 minutes, let's say by 12:10, or yeah, by 12:10, we'll be having a very special guest speak to us. She is Mrs. Abiodun will be having us speak to us. And I hope that she okay, she's here already. Once Anda is done with her session, she will be speaking to us. I know she has a lot of things in her heart that she wants to communicate to us. We call her our mother, right? Because she brought us into the community, and herself and our team invested a lot into us, and we are forever changed, and we are forever grateful for what ourselves, our community, and Access Bank contributed to every single female that were part of the Womenpreneur program. So, Anda, if you can speak, over to you, after which I will be bringing on board Mrs. Abiodun Olubitan for our session to talk to us.
Good morning, beautiful women. Hope everyone can hear me.
Yes, I can. Good morning, dear.
Am I allowed to speak without the video?
Go ahead.
Thank you. I thought I was supposed to come in for the icebreaker.
We do not have that much time. We are way behind. So if we just wanted you to share your testimonial, if you can, but if not, then we can go straight to the next session. Your icebreaker will come after the keynotes.
Okay, I'll just take a few minutes to share my testimony.
All right.
Before the Access Bank and this thing, I'm a kind of person that doesn't really like anything finance, like let's say calculations. I'm not in at all. So despite having business accounts, I'll still prefer to use my personal account for whatever reason, I don't know. But coming there, it's not like I wasn't really, I knew the implication of what I was doing, but I just needed that push. So it gave it to me. Now I'm kind of very intentional about keeping records, doing things well when it comes to finance and all that. That's one. The major one that I benefited and always benefiting from any programs like this that I attend is networking. Like, I met amazing women. I can't even start to call names. People that are like family, friends. It was even hard. Like, one of the reasons I made sure I was here is to see fine faces again, because I don't know when next we get to see each other again and all that. So the program was really, really beneficial in terms of business, personal life, and every other thing. So I just want to say thank you to Access Bank. Thank you to W Initiative, and thank you to all the beautiful women that came along. Thank you. Good morning.
Thank you so much. And like you, like I'm so glad and happy to be seeing a lot of faces that I've not seen like since December. I've seen a few of us around I think I still saw a few of us like 2 or 3 weeks ago. But then seeing every single one of us, a new set of people, is a pleasant experience for me. So right away, we'll be going into our keynote session, and I'll be bringing on board our mother, like we call her, as I said, Mrs. Abiodun Olubitan. She is the head of woman banking in Access Bank, and she would be speaking to us as well, contributing to the conversation that we are having today, empowering women, investing into women, supporting their growth and development. We know that there are quite a lot of things that affect women in the community that myself and yourself currently play within, a lot of struggles that we experience, and there are a lot of things that stop us from progressing, to stop us from being productive. But the truth is, despite all of these limitations, despite all of these things that we have experienced, we have seen women that have thrived. We have seen women that has, gotten to that height and that peak in their career or in their business that has become an inspiration for some of us. And one of such people is Mrs. Abiodun Olubitan. So welcome, Ma. I requested for you to unmute yourself. Welcome, Ma. It's good to have you here. You can have the stage, Ma. I don't know if you can hear me. I'm requesting for you to unmute yourself, Ma. Okay, while we are waiting for her to join, I don't know if it's a network issue. Um, like I said, our conversation today will be centered around women development and empowerment, talking about what can we put in place to support empowering the feminine in the community. Zeinny, are you on this call? Can you please help me reach out to Mrs. Abiodun? I don't know if she can hear me. I'm requesting that she unmutes so that she could take our session. I don't know if it is my network. Can anyone hear me, please? Please, can you take the stage? Let me try to reach out to her. Let me see. Oh, thank you. Anda, please, over to you. Let me reach out to Ms. Abiodun. You can unmute yourself.
Okay, ma'am.
And you're not speaking. You're supposed to take over while I reach out to Miss Abiodun. That's
Oh,
what I needed.
okay. I didn't know. Sorry, what am I supposed to talk about? Are you still
Just
there?
help me manage. Just help me manage the room while I try to reach out to Miss Abiodun. She's supposed to have a session now.
Okay, now I get it. Sorry. Can others hear me now? Hello, good morning, everyone.
Okay, I think Miss Abiodun can join us now.
Okay.
I'm actually here.
Oh yeah, I've been trying to get your attention. Good morning, Ma. Thank you,
Yes, I'm
Handa.
here. Good morning. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Ma.
Good morning. It's so nice to see you all again.
Yes, Ma.
Let me say Happy New Year because I haven't connected with a lot of us this year. So I want to say Happy New Year. And I want to really, really congratulate everyone. Happy International Women's Day. First of all, I would say that I was very impressed when I got this invitation. And in all honesty, it gladdened my heart because it just speaks to the fact that we understood the assignment. We can't do it alone. One of you can't drag yourself all alone. is when we begin to work together like this and foster a lot of collaboration, that we can begin to do things, and for me, that's a super, super, super plus to your set. So I'm actually giving you guys a round of applause. Womenpreneur, you're the fifth set, and you are the one that even started to do this. I hope other sets will be able to bring themselves together. I know that as you mingle, as you interact, you're leveraging on each other. This person is bringing A on table, this person is bringing B on table, you're sharing information. So it's so heartwarming. In fact, when I saw it, I said, really? This is good. This is good. So thank you very much. Thank you for doing that, which you are doing. I really, really, appreciate it. So well done, and good afternoon. My task is very simple, right? You want me to just share my a keynote speech with you, and in all honesty, I try to listen. Sorry, Zeinny is still calling me. Is she aware I'm in?
Let me let her know that you're
Zeinny,
here.
I'm in. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So I can go ahead, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Okay. Sorry. I didn't like the way the video was showing some Access Bank Pay, and the thing is just blurring out. So I said, let me take out the background. Okay. Yeah. So this year, I am aware that you guys know that we lost Herbert. Dr. Herbert Wigwe is the group CEO for Access Holdings. And we know how passionate he is when it comes to women. In fact, there is no womenpreneur without Herbert. Herbert is the driving force. He started it. He caught the vision. If any one of you had followed his burial proceedings, you will hear when his daughter even had to say that Herbert was a feminist. Herbert would, give priority to you as a woman. And of course, we all have that platform today. Yeah, his death is devastating to every one of us, even people that did not know Herbert. They're mourning, the whole world is mourning Herbert. As I speak right now, he's being laid to rest finally in Isiokpo. And I was partly, coordinating some things back end. Yeah. But I said, no, this, I have to also be here. This is one of the things he stood for. And I know he will be happy that I'm actually doing this. So I want to encourage one of us. That's a great warrior. That's a great advocate that we have lost. And I don't mind if we can all just observe a 10, 15 seconds silence just to honor him. May the soul of Dr. Herbert Wigwe, his wife, Doreen Wigwe, and his son, Chizu Wigwe, rest in perfect peace. Amen. Amen. Thank you all. I'm so sorry. I don't plan to put us into that emotional stuff, but in all honesty, it's difficult. But, we just have to continue to strive to do what we have to do. Yeah. So back to the business. Today, you are all celebrating, or we are all celebrating International Women's Day. The theme this year is Inspire Inclusion. And of course, empowering women to reach new heights. That's inspiring this inclusion in career and personal growth. I'm sure some people might think, oh, I'm not in career, I'm in business. Trust me, you are just the CEO of that business. So that's your career. Yes, you can be the business owner. But, when we begin to understand that You are also an entity in that business. You are the owner, but you are also an employee of that business. You begin to dissociate yourself as a unique personality. The business itself standing on its own. We start to get it all right. So how do we begin to reach this new height? This that we are doing is one of it. So let me just quickly go. I had to pen some things down because I wasn't even sure that I would be emotionally stable to speak with you. That's the honest truth. But I had to get something put together. So I will share with you. Good afternoon, all my beautiful ladies. I can see everyone. I can see the clouds, the wave. I love you all. I'm very, very deeply honored to be here this afternoon, as we celebrate the incredible journey of women around the world. Of course, International Women's Day is one of the very powerful reminders of the progress that we have made and the challenges that still lie ahead of us as we strive, for that gender equality and inclusivity. Yeah. So today we've come together to discuss this theme, empowering women to reach new heights. And of course, it reflects our shared mission to create a world where every woman has the opportunity to thrive. I'm sure when you were in the academy, you must have heard me say that a lot. W Initiative is the vision we have is that platform will allow you as a woman, whatever you are, that opportunity to thrive, to excel, and fulfill your greatest potential, either as a professional or as an individual or as a business owner, just in whichever position that you find yourself. And of course, empowerment, I looked at that word again. Empowerment is not, it's not just a word. Empowerment is a force, is a force that ignites ambition. It's a force that fuels resilience. It's a force that propels us to overcome obstacles and seize the opportunity. So when we are empowered as a people, what does it help us to do? It ignites that ambition in us. It drives us to want to, cross the hurdles that are set ahead of us. And it is about equipping women with tools, with resources, and the support that they need to break through barriers, the challenge stereotypes, which is everywhere, and of course, right to the top of our chosen careers. Yeah. However, empowerment alone is not enough. A lot of people are empowered, but it's still not, it's still not curing the stereotype that we see today in the community. Inclusion is the fundamental, that foundation upon which true empowerment is built. If we have inclusion, then empowerment can then stand on it, and then we can see the impacts generically. It is about creating environments where every woman feels seen, every woman feels heard, and value for unique contribution. You don't feel that you are just a number out of the pack. You feel like an individual that has your unique and your separate identity, and your contributions are making impact in the general results that can be seen. It is about dismantling that systemic barriers and biases that hinder progress and ensure that no woman is left behind. Like what we're doing now. We have all been empowered. We've gone through the academy. But this that we are doing is inclusion. Somebody does not feel, okay, I'm not one of them. Everybody is moving on up. You're sharing information. You're getting opportunities and you're sharing. No woman is left behind. That is inclusion. And in Nigeria, as in many parts of the world, really, women face numerous challenges on their journey to success. Of course, the cultural norms is everywhere. It's very strong in Africa, is dictating the roles and responsibilities to the institutional barriers, limiting access to education, economic opportunities. The road to empowerment can be filled with obstacles, that we know. But despite these challenges, Nigerian women have consistently demonstrated their resilience, their tenacity, and unwavering spirit. A lot of other women are doing any other thing you can think of at this time. But we said, okay, whatever it is, we're going to gather here and have this time together to chat, to talk about thriving things that will help us move forward, to include ourselves. Yeah. And from trailblazing entrepreneurs to a groundbreaking scientist, whatever you are, you know, a businesswoman, a career woman, visionary leaders, community activists, everything, Nigerian women have left their own indelible mark on history and continue to inspire us with courage and determination. So I would not want to bore us with a lot of speech, but today I want to employ each and every one of you to join me in making a pledge. And what is this pledge? That is the pledge for empowerment and inclusion in all that we do. In that business of yours, make a pledge to empower, make a pledge to inspire inclusion. Even when you have 1, 2 staff, make a pledge to empower, make a pledge to inspire inclusion. Do not think, oh no, this job, I need a man. I would not, the women now, they will come with their own issue. My daughter is sick, my husband is coming, this and that. Inspire inclusion. Let's bring as many more women into the fold as we can. And that's a pledge that I have made, and I want you to join me in doing that. Let us commit to creating workplace and communities where diversity is celebrated, where every woman has a seat at the table, and where every woman's voice is heard and respected. Let us mentor the next generation of female leaders, provide them with guidance and support, and encouragement as they navigate the challenges of today and the opportunities of tomorrow. Let us advocate for policies and practices that promote gender equality and inclusivity, ensuring that women have equal access to education, healthcare, and economic opportunities. And of course, as we celebrate the achievements of women from all walks of life, recognizing their contributions to the communities, our economies, and our world. And who are these women? Every one of us that are present here this morning, celebrating IWD 2024. I'm talking about you. Yeah. So together we have the power to shape a future where every woman has the opportunity to soar. It's within us to reach new heights of success and fulfillment, both in our career and in our personal life. So like I said, I'm going to leave us with that challenge. What are you going to do to foster empowerment and to inspire inclusion in your own little space? Don't say until you become MD of Access Bank or until you become the owner of this big company. That is when you can do it. No, start from now. There was something that happened during the week. I needed someone to do some stuff. And, you know, in my subconscious, I'm like, well, so I need someone to play guitar and all. And I said, you know what? I know there are female guitarists that are doing very well. And people say, oh, who? And of course, there was no name coming on board, you know, like it wasn't coming on board. But I said, we'll find them somehow. And of course, we looked for, and definitely we found. On a good day, somebody said, not a lot of women play guitar, so let's just take the men and let's move on. No, we found. That is how to inspire inclusion. Look out for your woman, the other one. Look out for that other lady that does something different that you can bring to the table. Let every woman have a seat at the table and to be able to make her voice heard. Thank you so much for the time to have me, for thinking of me to speak with you. I'm really very honored. I really want to appreciate you guys for what you're doing. And in all honesty, just be inspired that I am rooting for you everywhere I am, because I believe in what we are doing and we are getting closer to the goal. Happy International Women's Day 2024. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can we give her a virtual round of applause? Thank you so much, ma. I thank you for such rich words that you've said to us, even in such short way. I think for me, there are some critical things that I took out from what you said. You said, let us commit to creating a workplace where diversity is embraced. Let us create a space for women. I mean, those were very, very strong words, because the truth is we need to continue having this conversation. These conversations are what can help us to take proactive steps that can inspire inclusion, gender equality in the workplace and beyond. Thank you so much, Ma. It's such an honor to have you here. I'm sure that if we unmute everyone right now and we start, I think we should even do that, right? I think we should do that. Can we unmute ourselves? Right, can you unmute yourself and let us say thank you to our mother, Mrs. Abiodun Olubitan, despite the period of time that she did not even have, but she made herself available. Can we say thank you so much, Ma, for making yourself available? Thank you for creating a
Thank
space for
you so much.
us.
Thank you so
Thank
much,
you so
ma.
much, ma. Thank
Thank
you,
you
ma.
so
I
much,
really
ma.
appreciate it so
Thank you
much.
so much,
Thank
ma.
thank
Thank you, ma.
Love
Thank you,
you.
ma.
Thank you.
Love you.
you. Thank
Have a
you.
beautiful weekend.
Thank you.
We love you so so much, ma. As usual, you know now. The best way we know to show it right now is to pay it forward. And I remember when we were talking, when you were talking with us, I think that was at the graduation before the, I think the alumni coming together, and you were saying certain things that were quite similar to what you said today. And it speaks to the fact that these are conversations that we need to keep hearing. We need to keep reminding ourselves. We cannot say that we are doing something and then we are not reaching out to every other persons outside our community, or creating a space for every other person that we know has the capacity to. If the space is not provided, then there will be no motivation to even look for somebody to fill in that position. So the thing is that we need to be very, very intentional. We need to be very deliberate about every single thing that we are doing, either in our business or within our career as executives working in whatever power or position that we find ourselves. So thank you so much, Ma, for joining us and for sharing with us your heartfelt message. And we also want to say that may the soul of Mr. Herbert rest in perfect peace, and the soul of his wife and his child of is with you and the entire team of Access Bank, because we know the investment that has been poured into us, and that is why we are doing this. It's our way of saying thank you. It's our way of saying that we receive and we acknowledge the love, the investment that you are putting into us. And we also are making that pledge like you requested, to pay it forward, to create that platform where every other female out there can feel included, where they can also contribute. Despite our diversity, we can bring that diversity on the table, and that is the beauty of what we all have together. In the next 5 minutes, I do not know if Anda is still here, so we can just have the icebreaker session, after which we'll be going into the panel session. We already have our beautiful Mrs. Glory here. She's such an amazing person, right? By the time she starts speaking, you understand why we also have her here on this call with every single one of us. Thank you so much, ma'am, for being on this call with us. So the next 5 minutes, just so we relax, I know that we have had like back to back session just to cool off a bit. So Anda Balikis, over to you. We'll be starting off the panel session in exactly 12:36. Over to you, Anda.
Can you hear?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. For the icebreaker, I don't know if you can just play a small game.
86 87 in the other one. Okay, 8.
Kind of bad here. I think
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Balikis.
Network is
Are you
very
having a
bad.
problem with your network?
Yes, MTN has been doing like this.
Oh, so sorry. So sorry.
Okay, I was
Do you need
saying,
help?
yes, I think I'm in now, right? Yeah. So we can play a small game just for 5 minutes.
Okay, go on.
I don't think it's going to.
I think Balikis is having network issue. It's just okay that we go straight up into the panel session, so we do not take too much of a time. We have another icebreaker session at the end of this panel session. Like I said, we don't want to take too much of our time, and we have conversations that we have packed, and we believe that you're going to be inspired by them. You're also going to be motivated by the conversations that we'll be having today. So I would love to bring on board Mrs. Glory Enyinanya. I hope I did not murder your name. I'm so sorry.
That's fine. No problem. Good
I'm
afternoon,
so
ladies.
Good afternoon. It's good to see your beautiful face again, ma.
It's a
It's
pleasure to
good to
be
see.
here. Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. I'm very honored. Hello, Abiodun. Hello, ladies.
We are the
Hello.
one that is very, very privileged to have you. And I also want to bring on board Zeinny, my energetic co-host, to join us on this panel session. And the funny thing is, first time I met Zeni, it was such a weird experience, right? Because we're having an event that I think the one that we had Mrs. Aoshika come for to speak with us. And I was also having a meeting at the same time. And then I sat down somewhere only for me to leave the place to quickly go do something. And by the time I came back, I saw somebody already sitting there. I'm like, sorry, please, I was sitting down here before. Can you please allow me to quickly finish my meeting? And I saw the lady look at me like she didn't say anything, but it felt like you say. In my mind, I'm like, what have I gotten myself? I was like, okay, no problem. Can you just move a bit so that I will sit down? She politely did so, and I'm like, I like this lady's energy. Because typically, what you'd have expected for somebody maybe to say something, maybe out of vexation or something, but I love the way she managed it. I'm like, all right. Over time, I saw how she engaged with people. I'm like, I like this person. I like the energy that she brings on board. And I know that I'm going to have a very awesome conversation with her also on board in this panel session today. I also want to bring on board Chinelo. I saw her here before, but I think her network has kicked her out. She's the founder of Daisy Tech, right? She's the founder of Daisy Tech. They are a training and capacity development institution that helps people to develop capacity in tech-related skills and develop proficiency along that pipeline. I think while we are waiting on her, I think the network must have kicked her out. Once I see that she has joined us, then I would bring her on board. But pretty much the conversation we want to have today is very clear. I know that everybody who is here understand the assignment, so I'm not even going to beat about the bush. I've shared a bit of context around what we're going to be talking about in the course of the week. So that is one of the things that is also giving me that boldness to know that we are prepared for this. So let me say I don't think there's even a need for me to share a slide, but then I'm Omotola Dorcas. I'm the founder of Virtual Domain. We're a training and capacity development firm will work strictly with sales, marketing, and business development executives, teams, and we also provide marketing services and other related services. But be that as it may, I am someone who loves to engage in conversations like this because I can attest to the fact that I would not have gotten to where I am if it was not platforms like the Access Womenpreneur, that has given me that opportunity to learn from persons like Mrs. Glory, to also learn from persons like Zeinny and every of my colleagues that are on this call, right? So what we'll be talking about today is empowering women. We're going to be talking about conversations around investing into women. What are the implications of this? What are the challenges that women face in the course of their, trajectory in their career or in their business? And how can they mitigate against some of these difficulties that we encounter? Before I begin to throw questions, because I know they came with their bulletproof, because I've told Zeinny, just be prepared for me in this session. I have your time very, very well, right? So I would love Mrs. Glory to introduce herself and tell us why should we even listen to her, right? Right? Show us your superpower. Let us see your magic so that they will know that you carry.
All
All right.
righty. Okay, thank you very much, Dorcas. How long do I have to speak? Because yeah.
Okay, so it's a panel session. I just want you to introduce yourself. I will be throwing us certain questions.
Okay.
I'll throw questions to you or to Zeinny as the case may be. But pretty
Okay.
much since it's just the two of you that is here, I think both of you have roughly like 15 minutes.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. My name, as we know, is Dr. Glory, and I prefer Doctor to Mrs. No, no, no. I hope that's not a problem. Yeah. So
Nah, it can never
okay,
be a
fine.
problem.
Okay, so I'm the founder of Cleos Advisory Africa. I'm an Access Bank partner, and my company was founded to support entrepreneurship on the continent. So I'll just give a very brief overview how I got into. I'm a management consultant. Started my career at Accenture. Worked for Ernst & Young, the World Bank, MTN, BAT, quite a number of blue chip companies. But in recent times, I've left my focus on large scale companies and I'm focusing on small businesses. Why? Because when I was studying for my MBA at Lagos Business School, I came across some statistics that showed that Nigeria in 2016, there was a global research that showed that Nigeria is the world's most entrepreneurial society in the world. So meaning they studied all the 200 plus countries and we made the best. But at the same time, Nigeria in 2020 overtook India as the world's poverty capital. So meaning the country that has the highest number. And then I thought, why would the most entrepreneurial society in the world be the poorest when entrepreneurship is the creation of wealth? It makes no sense. It's simply because there's a gap between the desire that many Nigerians will have to start a business and the skills or the acumen, business acumen to actually build a sustainable business. So it ignited my passion for entrepreneurial empowerment and being a woman, have a passion, a soft spot for female entrepreneurs. In addition to the Access W program, I've been a mentor coordinator for AWEC, the African Women Entrepreneurship Cooperative, She Leads Africa, Sherry Blair, Flourish Africa, so many other women empowerment programs. So I'm very happy to be here. I had a great time in October taking you on pitching, and I established relationships with so many lovely women here. So you're like my extended family. So when the invitation to come was extended to me, I was absolutely delighted to take it up. So that's about me. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Ma. Thank you so much. I think your session was one of the sessions that I actually find very interesting. One of the reasons why I applied for the Access Bank Womenpreneur program the last day. Like I had to stay overnight to apply for that program. I think I submitted at around some few minutes to 12 o'clock when it was going to close. So when one of the things that triggered my decision to apply was that I really wanted to learn again. the acts of pitching. Of course, I work with businesses and all that, but when I saw that was some of the things that were going to be done, you pitch to some group of people and then they will get to give you feedback and all that. I was really looking out to that session. So when we had your session and the resources you made available and all of those things, it really met me it's just like they were saying in the church, it met me at the point of my needs, right? So yeah, I can attest to the fact that you do know your onions well. And I think for me, it speaks to the fact that you're not just passionate about what you say that you're passionate about, but then you have the skills accompanied with the expertise and the will, right, to communicate and to impact on the lives that you have so chosen to help. And that for me is very, very, very exemplary, and the things that we covet in you. Thank you so much. So Zeinny, over to you. Let us meet you. The number one shoemaker in Africa. How do you even like to call yourself? All right, Zeinny, can you speak?
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone.
Mama,
I'm
so
so
for
excited to
you.
I'm so excited to be here. So, I do not know what to say because I'm naturally a shy person, although a lot of people don't know that about me. But Dr. Glory, thanks for accepting our invite.
Okay, pleasure to be here. Thank you. Thank you, Zeinny.
I'm so happy to be sharing the stage with you today, Ma. So,
Pleasure.
basically, I am Zainab Balayonde, the number one lady shoemaker in Africa, the CEO of Zeinny Crafts. So I run a leather lifestyle fashion brand where we produce bespoke international standard leather products such as shoes, bags, belts, jackets, and various leather fashion accessories, basically. Aside it, I run right. And aside that, I'm a lively person, right? I love to engage in anything physical, right? I do sports, like I cycle, I play football, I play table tennis, and very soon I want to learn how to ride motorcycle so I can get myself a power bike. So that is a short brief about me. Thank you.
It's what I'm saying. She wants to start riding power bike. It's all right. It will be good to see you on a power bike with your hijab and your gown. I want to see how you want to do that. Such an interesting lady. Like, you don't have a dull moment with Zainab, to be candid. The funny thing is, even during the program, it wasn't really like we had, that much of interaction. But I think for me, I'm sure many people will be seeing me talking right now. They'll be like, so you mean this young lady talks like this? I was so much on the fence, looking at everybody from afar, observing everyone. I'm like, okay, this is that person. And it's so beautiful to see that blend of diversity, right? That's seeing that blend. It's just like, seeing the different colors in a rainbow. And I think that's the beauty of our diversity. So thank you so much for honoring this. I know that you have a lot of things to do. So I'm not going to toe the path of familiarity, right? And not acknowledge the sacrifice that you've also had to make to be here. So thank you so much. We still have not been able to bring on board Chinelo, but I think she has network issue. But while at that, we can still shoot on with our conversation. So for me, I think I will start with the first question, and I'll be passing this on to Dr. Glory. So Dr. Glory, you are a woman, right? And you are one, I was going through your I remember after your session with us at the pitchathon, I went through your LinkedIn profile just to understand who is this person, what does she do. And having gone through your profile, I see that you've had to invest a lot into personal development. And I want to believe that in the course of that, you've also had to engage in some series of experiences and moments in your own personal life, separate from career, separate from business. So my question to you is this, which I think that every one of us should be able to relate with. What can you say are the biggest challenges that women face in achieving their career and personal growth? And how do you think that we can overcome them?
Right. Okay. Thank you very much for your question. So I would like to touch on mention five, and then maybe dive deeply into one or two of them. So in a nutshell, obviously there's the elephant in the room, which is gender bias and discrimination. Many fields are male dominated, whether we like it or not. And so sometimes you encounter stereotypes about women and their abilities. So even before especially when you're up against sometimes, and depending on your industry, in a male-dominated environment, there's just this tendency for people to assign more opportunities for advancement, more respect, more regards to men. I just finished I just finished a set of interviews with some people that were trying to onboard as trainers. My project manager is male. He was there, and I was there as well, to oversee. And we had when we accepted an interview, we were into the room. He greeted the project manager first, and greeted me as an afterthought, expecting that the man was the superior person, and then the woman was, I'm the company owner, I'm the one that invited him, but I was just there to supervise, but the expectation or the perception was, okay, this man is the person that is in charge. So I just looked at it and smiled, because it's just something that, one tends to notice in little ways if you're sensitive to these type of things. Work-life balance is also another thing. Women are expected to prioritize their caregiving roles. When you start a family, even though it's 50-50, you find that the load is more on the woman, and so because everybody has only 24 hours a day, she will have to give up more of her time to make the relationship work than the man. That's just the expectation, especially in this part of the world. So that's a challenge for women that want to, quote unquote, have it all. Then leadership positions, you find sometimes there's a lack of representation in many industries. So when a woman wants to find a female mentor, a role model, support network, it can be tough, which is why we're so grateful to companies like Access Bank that provide programs such as the Access Women W Initiative program, to provide that level of support. Then also access to opportunities. I remember there was a webinar that I invited you ladies to, talking about advanced pitching techniques. And it shows again that when pitching for money, women are vastly at a disadvantage. You find that more men, especially when pitching for investment capital, venture capital, investors are more likely to invest in men than to invest in women. And they're more likely, even when they're asking questions. So, the pitch, typical pitch events, assuming a man pitches and a woman pitches, they're asking the man growth questions. There was a study, I did a lot of research, so I read a lot about that. There was a lady at London Business School that did a research and had a TED talk that showed that they would ask the man questions about growth, and say, okay, where do you see yourself in 5 years? Where are you expanding to? What are the prospects of the company? And they'll ask the woman questions about hedging against failure. Say things like, how do you know this business will succeed? How do you plan to hedge against market? Well, as if the expectation is already that, madam, you're in over your head. Like, how are you even going to manage? So in other words, asking the woman, how are you going to manage and cope? And then they're asking the man, how can you where are you taking us to in the future? So that's something else that women have to struggle with, which limits opportunities for educational and career advancement. And then there are a myriad of those, but I'll just mention those ones, and then maybe hand over to Zeinny to also share her perspective, if that's fine. Okay.
Thank you so much for those contributions. I think if we begin to ask every single one of us here, we can relate with a few of the things that you have said. I've had to work in a tech ecosystem where we do training, and I can tell you that when you look at certain tech career paths and you look at the percentage of the people that even make that attempt to even apply for it, you see that most of them are the men. And it begs the question, is it that certain females have been told that they cannot apply for certain roles? Or is it that even when they do apply for that certain roles,
They're
they
not
do not
selected.
prioritize them, right? And I know that that in a way has a way of unconsciously putting a position, right, in the mind of the female, because you just feel like, what's the essence of investing into this at the end of the day, only to not be recognized as someone who can do this, right? I think Chinelo has been able to join us. I would have wanted to throw this question at her, but I don't know if she can speak right now. Chinelo, like I said, is the founder of Daisy Tech, and they are into technical career development. I would have wanted to speak into this, but I think her network is still pretty bad. So since we have Zainab here, I really want to push this question to Zainab. Listening to what Dr. Glory said, especially what she said about mentorship in the area of leadership, right? I remember talking with you the last time, and I was like, I know you are close to this person. I know you can reach out to this person. And you were asking me, how did you know that I am close to this person? How did you know? I said, there's a way that you carry yourself, and there's a way you engage around these people. And that's one thing that I've found out about people who have access to leaders, because there's this confidence that we have. There's just this way that we carry ourselves. There's a way we communicate amongst ourselves that shows that this person is different. That shows that the mindset that's running this person is very, very different. That shows that this person is seeing something differently away from what the crowd is seeing. So this brings me to this question, Zainab. What role can you say that mentors and sponsors play in empowering women to reach their full potentials? Understood, Dr. Glory has talked about all of these challenges, but then we understand that mentors are very, very pivotal because they provide guidance, support, and all of this. But then there's a difference between a mentor and a sponsor, right? So, if Zainab, you are the one I want to call right now. All right, no problem. I know that, like I said, she's actually shuffling between two events, and because we've already planned this, so you look at, can you see what we're talking about? Women have that tendency, we have the capacity to be able to multitask. It's one of the beauty of our lives that I think I personally enjoy. All right. And I remember when she told me that she has this, I didn't even ask her, can you do it? Because I know you can do it because you have that natural tendency. Right. So, to my question, Zainab, I was asking, I said, what role do you think mentors and sponsors play in empowering women to reach their full potential? That was my question to you. You're muted. Zainab, you can unmute yourself.
Yeah. Hello,
Yeah, we
everyone.
can hear you. Hi.
Okay, so thank you very much. So, usually we all know that mentors actually provide guidance, counseling to their mentees. Other things that mentors can actually also do is provide opportunities, directions, opportunities to the mentees, create this networking opportunity for these mentees, direct them and introduce them to a level of network, which would also help them and improve their business.
Yeah, that's good. So let's say we want to go practical. Like for you, you look down the memory lane and you look at what you have done so far and how far you have gone. How have you been able to leverage on, that provision of a mentor in your own life? Can you put a bit of perspective to that? So I think Zainab is having a bit of network problem. A lot of us have been having that problem. Many people have been kicked in and out, right? So I think myself and Dr. Glory is just. Are you back?
Yeah,
Sorry?
yeah, yeah. Please,
Okay, all right.
please, the questions again, please.
Yeah, I was asking what role has mentors played in your life, looking down memory lane, and how far that you have come in your career and in your business.
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me, Zainab?
I'm so sorry. My network has been acting
It's
up.
all
I didn't hear
right.
you.
Yeah, I was asking what role has mentors played in your career and in your business?
Okay, so I am actually a big fan of, learning through a ladder and actually learning through a leader, if that makes any sense to every one of us. So, and this also makes it easy for us to learn and grow faster, not make mistakes that these people have actually made, and also to even be able to be exposed to people that naturally, if we were going to move on our own, we might naturally have that opportunity of meeting with them. And I would say that one of the things that have actually helped me to even achieving this level that I am right now is the fact that I have great mentors and I'm also actually a great listener. I'm also a great mentee. I don't know if that makes any sense.
Yeah, it sure does. It sure does. Dr. Glory, can you please help
Yes.
us? I really want us to bring that difference. What's the difference between having a mentor and a sponsor?
Okay, thank you so much for the question. So, a mentor provides perspective. A mentor provides advice, essentially. So, typically for mentorship, you pick someone that is a couple of steps ahead of you that has achieved the goal that you want to achieve. So the person can talk based on personal experience. I have mentors in my business, seasoned consultants and entrepreneurs who are very accessible to me. Whenever I'm at a crossroads, I need to make a decision. I can quickly just chat them up on WhatsApp, pick their brain, and get the benefit of someone that has been there and done that. While a sponsor goes a step further by actually creating opportunities for you, actively advocating for you. So when I think of a sponsor, I think of a lady. She's currently an executive at Africa Capital Alliance, but I met her when I was working as a management consultant at Accenture. Even though I studied accounting, but I was in the finance unit. But then I was about 2 years into the firm. I was staffed on a chain. There was an opportunity for a public sector project for the FIRS. And this woman, when she was in charge, she was an executive there. When she was staffing people, she was like, Glory is good at communications because I had won a couple of awards for my blogging and all that. So she said Glory is good at communications. Why don't I staff her on? There's a field called change management. She said, why don't I put her here? I'm sure she'll do well. I'm sure she'll shine. That was when they say that was a turning point in my career. I can't say that more importantly enough, because I was able to latch onto the field of change management. I got international certifications in it. I eventually left Accenture for, to freelance as a change management consultant. I worked with Nigeria LNG, worked with BAT, worked with a lot of, top organizations simply on the strength of that one project that this lady, and she didn't have to staff me. I mean, there were probably other people that might have been, in the firm longer, but she just identified that this is likely going to, yes, this girl has, like, I have an untapped talent that hasn't been given the potential to bloom, and she put me there. And as I say, the rest is history. So I think the main difference is both of, I mean, they play complementary roles. So a sponsor will actively create opportunities for you. Usually somebody that is farther ahead in the organization. From an entrepreneurial perspective, could be somebody that introduces you to venture capitalists, could be somebody that gives you your seed capital, could be somebody that introduces you to a marquee client, could be somebody that essentially opens a door for you that you wouldn't have had access to without their advocacy. So I think that's the main difference. While a mentor is more, I would say you call your sponsor makes it makes an impact once in maybe not as frequently as a mentor, but it has a lot of impact on your career. While a mentor is somebody that you can, like a sounding board, someone you can call on anytime to give you a perspective on problems
So we
that
can,
you're
we can
going
say
through.
that a mentor is more hands-on.
Yes.
And that sponsor is that person who speaks for you behind the door, who creates for you on the
strategic,
table.
like difference between strategy and operations. So the mentor is the operational support every day. You're always on person's case, but then the sponsor can come once in 3 years and then we'll chart a different path for you. Yeah, something like
I
that.
want to believe that there are certain things that some people will see, because I know we don't choose our sponsors. We don't choose them. Especially if there are people that speak for you. They are most likely watching you from behind. So what are those strategic ways that we can position ourselves to be people that can attract sponsors? And is it only people who are within our industry that can be sponsors to us?
So I think in a word, in a word, visibility, there's a saying, about there's a parable. I don't know whether it's a real story about a man that he started in a construction firm as a bricklayer, but he rose very quickly through the ranks. And when they asked him what was the difference, what did he do differently, it sounds funny, but he said every other person maybe used to wear a gray shirt to work, but he'll wear a red shirt, come before everybody else, and leave after everybody else. So people just said, "Who is that man? That man in that red shirt that is always here." So it's a funny way of saying that you need to be able to stand out, let people know what you're about, let people know what your gifts are. Because you'll be surprised, people actually, they're listening, they're watching. And when you consistently put in efforts, especially to show up, there's this lady, Dr. Gloria Dozier, the visibility, I think she might have spoken to you as well, the LinkedIn visibility queen. So so there's tons of people like that teach you how to brand yourself, how to it may not come naturally to us because we're women, we're taught to be like reticent, speak when you're spoken to, don't do too much. But the truth is, in those the two cases, the first case I spoke about, that the lady, her name is Ogedi, when she staffed me on that change management project, like you said, she didn't have to do it. And I didn't go and meet her. I wasn't proactive. I didn't meet her and say, Ogedi, please staff me on this project. This is my interest. But I had written a blog for the company that was selected. I just wrote a blog post and then it was selected and featured around the world as the top blog for the week. So it was something everybody in the office saw. I kind of read my story. And so when that opportunity came up, the woman said, okay, when I'm thinking of someone that can write well, Glory's name came to mind. The second other sponsorship opportunity I had when I first started my business, it was when I was in my MBA at Lagos Business School. My strategy professor at the time was on the board of a top Nigerian bank. And so when I started my business, I reached out to him, sent him a short pitch about what I'm doing. And I mean, him and several others, but what I was doing must have struck a chord with him, because he then proceeded to share my proposal with the bank. And of course, Nigeria, anything that comes from the top always has to be accepted. So he helped me get my first bank gig. And now today, I mean, I'm a partner with Access, and a couple of other financial institutions. So he wouldn't have known what I was doing if I didn't put myself out there, if I didn't reach out to him, if I didn't express myself. So I think, it might go against the grain sometimes. You might feel like, do I have to actually make an effort? Can't my work speak for me? My dear, sometimes you have to advocate for yourself before other people advocate for you. And I mean, so I think being visible, being proactive.
Look at she snapped me like this too now.
But believe you me, people are watching and you never really know what you will do that will strike a chord at the key moment when people need you. So yeah, that's what comes to mind.
Yeah, thank you so much. So I think Zainab may need to go because, like I said, she's in an event, right? So Zainab, please, by all means, feel free to excuse yourself. Myself and Dr. Gloria are already eating it off, and I think I'm already enjoying the line of thoughts. Yeah. I don't know yet if Chinelo has been able to join. Chinelo, are you here? Okay, yeah, she is. Chinelo, how are you today? You can unmute yourself. Can you speak? Chinelo, can you speak? All right, Dr. Berry, Chinelo is coming on board. I personally am very, very big on visibility. And I think I want to double down on the things you said about people feeling that their work will speak for them. So people feel like my work is so good and the quality of what I have is so top notch that the places where I cannot go, that my work gets to, will make way for me. Is that a fallacy? Or is there a measure of truth in it?
Okay, can you take it again? I missed
So
the network was again.
yeah, so you were talking about visibility and how that before instead of waiting for somebody to speak for you at places where you cannot arrive at, you should speak for yourself. So I asked the question. There are some people who are of the line of thought that they don't always have to, go and put themselves out there, right? Wherever their product or their service delivery, the testimony of their service delivery, wherever it gets to, it speaks for them. And that is good enough for them. I've had to engage with businesses, and I'm not even talking about small businesses, I'm talking about tech firms who are not willing to even invest in marketing because they believe that their product is so valuable that the more users they are able to, adopt, the more growth they are able to make. They don't really need to do so much. So now bringing it down to sponsorship. Now, is there a truth in it, or is it just simple fallacy? People just saying stuff that does not really hold so much water.
Okay, well, okay. I like to think that in my true consultant fashion, I would say it depends. They always harass consultants that we never say yes or no. They always say it depends, but it depends on what are in your industry. It depends on what are one thing, talking from a strategy perspective, you have to ask yourself, what are the key success factors, right? And if you're going to compete, because when we're talking of, sponsorship and mentorship and getting opportunities, it's all about establishing like a competitive advantage. If you're going to compete, you need to ask yourself, on what basis am I competing? Like I mentioned during the pitch session when I was speaking to you ladies, you can compete based on differentiation or based on cost. So cost will say, we do good work, we're the cheapest, we're affordable. People should just know about us, I would say maybe that's the Samsung approach to, and an Android is reliable. Then there's differentiation, a differentiation strategy, which is more of the Apple strategy. So it means you make yourself unique. You tell your story. When it comes down to it, a phone is a phone, right? But then iPhone has been able to brand itself, in such a way that it's become almost a status symbol. It's an icon. It's been able to they've differentiated themselves from other brands. It now has a lot of prestige around it. So that's in the product space. So bringing it down to your personal brand. So that I've spoken about corporate brands. Bringing it down to your personal brands. I think it's important that you seek to get recognition for the good work you do. I don't know how many, some of us are, Christians, but even the Bible, it says, let your light, nobody lights a lamp and puts it under
and hides
it, yes, under a bushel, or puts it on a lampstand for it to light up the whole world. So as long as what you're trying to do is not fully self-centered only, and you're also thinking of how you can add value to other people, I don't think it's really wrong, because if you don't mention, what you can do and what your story is and what your capabilities are, how will people know how you can help them? You think about it that way. Maybe what makes us we tend to think, are we not being narcissistic? Are we not being egocentric? Are we not being, think about it from the other person's perspective, you're simply letting other people know how you can be of value to them. And then, they reach out to you and it's a win-win proposition. So I think if you can just flip the script and think about it less from the perspective of, am I pushing myself forward? Am I being selfish? As you say in Nigeria, now only you work up home, that kind of thing. It's the thing. The truth is, you should think of how it benefits the other person, and how what you're doing adds value to the other person. And essentially, I think you will now be more comfortable with that. And nobody likes self-promotion when you look at it as self-promotion. But when you think when you you can post to give a practical example, you can post an article on LinkedIn in two ways. You can either say I'm showing myself, showing my intelligence, or you can say I read something that was helpful for me. I want to share it to other people. Love your neighbor as yourself, and then you share with others, and eventually it reflects positively on you. So I don't know if that has helped shed some kind of perspective on it. Yeah.
It does. Thank you so much. I think Chinelo should be able to speak right now. There's a question I want her to help us handle. One thing I know about training and also working with multiple people within different operational level is that you can burn out as a woman. You're creating curriculum. You are also on the seat of marketing. You're also on the seat looking for trainers. You are on multiple things trying to do different stuff. And sometimes achieving work-life balance as a female in a male-dominated environment can be very tasking. And the thing is, it's not even about being in a male-dominated environment. It's the fact that as women, we have natural responsibilities that nature itself has bestowed upon us. So Chinelo, if you can speak, I really want you to speak. How do you think women can achieve a healthy work-life balance and well-being while pursuing their career aspirations? I'm talking about time management, setting boundaries, ensuring that they are healthy, and this is not even affecting their roles and responsibility in the house, yet delivering on the job. I would love to hear from you, Chinelo. She's the founder of Daisy Tech.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, wonderful ladies in the house. Yeah, so I'm happy to take that question because starting off Daisy Tech Limited as a data science training company, I had to be all of that: curriculum developer, marketer, and all that. Yeah, before we could be able to recruit. So work-life balance, very key, or else stress will be a sickness. So the very key way for women to balance work and okay.
No, I think your earpod must have fallen off because we can't hear you again.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay. So the very key way, whether you are in career or you are doing your 9-to-5 or you are an entrepreneur, the way for work-life balance is to have limitations. Very important. Know when, know how to manage your time. You work from, even an entrepreneur, you work from say 8 to 5 p.m. Please, 5 p.m. close that system. 5 p.m. stop tying that granite. We are done for the day. Even if there's overflow, please, probably you have to maybe wake up earlier to get the overflow just for a while. And if you wake up earlier, please, weekends, try to rest. Because this business, it's continuous. It's not something that let me do this, then I'll rest. It's your life. So the best way to be able to manage everything is to manage your time. Put time for things that you have to do. And those things that just came up, find another time for it. Don't let it replace the one that have already been there. You understand? So it's like more of time management and being disciplined with that management of time. Yeah, I hope I
Thank you
answered that.
so much. Yeah, you did. Because the truth is, work will never stop, and what you are building is not just a business that will only feed you and your family, right? I don't think that is the reason why you are doing a business. You're doing a business that in the next 10 years, in the next 15 years, in the next 20 years, you want it to become something that other people can feed in into. And the truth is, what you begin to practice when it is just you. If you are not careful, that is what you will pass on to other people that are going to be coming in. I remember that I used to work with a couple of guys in the cinematography outfit that I used to own in 2019, 2020 thereabout. I used to tell them, I said, don't think that that when you have your own business, that is when you will stop doing certain things and you now suddenly turn a new leaf. The things that you are doing now, that you are working with somebody, is most likely what you will do when you have your business. And I can tell you that true to that, after the period of time that we closed the studio and they begin to practice by their own, it became worse because the character and the principles that they ought to have been living by, that ought to have become a nature, that is not just something that they do once in a while, they did not give themselves that opportunity to practice. I say this to say that many times as females, we tell ourselves that there is work. This work I have to quickly do it. If I don't do it, nobody will. Who told you? The work will go on because the day you fall sick, the people who needed to buy something, it was either they went somewhere else, or when they came to ask for it and you're in your shop, or when they walked it into your office, the next thing that somebody told them was that we are very sorry, we are not available at the moment. Can you come next week? So it is very, very important that as women, we understand that managing our time stands in our profession and in our personal commitment, because this is how we are able to achieve overall well-being. If we do not establish personal boundaries, it will be difficult to maintain a healthy work-life balance. It will even be difficult to prevent burnout. And this is why you realize that many organizations would even put in place health benefits, or what they might even call employee benefits, like HMOs, leave period. Do you think organization just create that opportunity or that calendar within the business year for you to be able to take any of your 20 or 21 days leave, take it and go and rest? You think it's just so that they want to show that they are nice? No, they are obligated to do that, because no one should work for the entire day without creating moments for rest. Because how do you want to effectively deliver your service? How do you want to effectively carry on with operations if you are not sound in mind? I know it is difficult to look away from work, especially as females, but the discipline that we need is to be able to create that boundary for ourselves, all the limitations that Chinelo speak with. We are in the last session of this session, and I think I want to ask Mrs. Glory this last question. How do you think, as females in our business, irrespective of how small it is, how do you think we can create a more supportive and inclusive workplace that can foster leadership and professional development? Because for me, I think one of the biggest problems that we have seen in the work ecosystem is leadership. And many women fail in that regard, not because they don't want to, but because I believe over time they've not explored that aspect of leadership outside the terrain of I am a mother, or I am a sister, or I am just somebody who is I'm a daughter to my father or my mother. How do you think we can create this opportunity for leadership for women, especially, Dr. Glory?
Okay, do you mean so from the perspective of if you're a founder for other women, or is that the
Yeah.
perspective you
Or
mean?
maybe you are just a business owner who at the moment does not really have, because you know that leadership is not just only when you are leading someone, you also lead yourself. So I'm really talking at it from that point of view. As a leader, how do you create that opportunity, right, for inclusion, for diversity, for yourself, and also for people working with you?
Okay, well, so there are different ways. Mrs. Olubitan spoke about one, which is simply making a conscious effort to give more women a chance. So uh I know that. So I think I know that most times when there's a job opportunity, and you have one of the applicants is a woman with children or young children, there's an unconscious bias that, I don't want to hire somebody that tomorrow now she'll come and tell me I have to take my child to the hospital, and and all that. So you then make that judgment call to go for the man. So I personally kind of went the opposite direction. My first 5 hires in my organization were all women. I was unequal to the men. So I was guilty of gender equality, but gender inequality was against the men this time, because they usually have it much easier. So I hired more women at a point I had an all-female team. So that's one step. But again, of course, life is not always that simple. We now move to the second step, which is the onus is also on the female subordinates to respect women leaders. It's accord them the same kind of respect they would give a male leader, for example, because your respect is reciprocal. You're expecting me to give you a chance over a man, then respect me the same way you would respect a man. I don't know, this might be a stereotype, but there's some things you would do you just be like, are we not all girls? No, we're not all girls. Give respect to who it is due. I've had some cases where I've had female subordinates that went went across the boundaries, so to speak, of professional behavior, all in the sake of all because they felt we had established a warm relationship. So I don't think that's positive. I think that's something that that creates bad blood and does not contribute to a positive culture. Then also mentor the woman leader in trying to foster a supportive workplace. She also tried to mentor more women. Go out of your way to look for women that you can not just hire, even if you can't hire everybody, join groups where you can make a positive impact on women, even if you're not being paid, but just do it as a service. Also, implement policies like flexible work. So COVID kind of did us a favor somehow by making many companies have flexible or remote work arrangements. So that kind of gives women more leverage to earn a living, while still being within the home vicinity. So policies like that can be helpful. Then this last one, I don't know if it's controversial, but expect a lot from yourself. Try not to. As women, I feel sometimes to an extent we were almost seen as being guilty of expecting people to uh give us indulgences simply because we're women. Sometimes we get those indulgences, but if you want to go over and beyond and distinguish yourself, then I would say, hold yourself up to a higher standard than any other person expects from you. I won't mention the person's name, but I'm aware of a woman leader I worked with once. She was CEO of a top company, and she was pregnant, and she didn't take maternity leave. It was crazy, because she had a Fortune 500 company to run. She didn't want to start giving she didn't want to start giving excuses to the shareholders. So she worked till her last day. So like we came to work, and then the next morning we came and said, okay, she gave birth overnight. And then people said when they went to the hospital to see her, her baby was in one arm and then her laptop was on another. It was fun. It was fun. It was like, is this woman even normal? But she was trying to, I think what she was trying to do is she didn't want to let her femininity kind of be a stumbling block to her work performance. So it's something to think about, you know. And it's not a choice that everybody has to make, because I mean, not everybody wants to be the CEO of a Fortune 500 company, you know. But if you're, I would just say, if you're really ambitious and you want to really go in, then um be ready to pay the price, and don't just expect people to hand it over to you on a platter of gold because you're a woman. On the other hand, if you have your own other goals and you feel, you know, this is not for me, I just want to have my loving family and, you know, prioritize. Don't just, you know, be realistic about what your priorities are and what, you know, you can achieve. So those are just some examples that come to mind. I'd like to end with this quote from Warren Buffett. He says that if you're setting goals, you should have 25 goals. List out 25 things you want to achieve, then pick the top 5, and then don't even look at the other 20, meaning focus your effort on those 5. Because as women, we have a tendency to overextend ourselves and multitask and try to do a lot of things. And at the end of the day, you know, we end up not making so much progress on any of those things. So it's important to be able to prioritize your goals and very clear what exactly you're trying to achieve at the end of the day. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Like, I think I got quite a number of things, and I think to add to what you just said right now, one thing that I usually love to say to women is that we have a lot of things that has been committed into our hands even by nature. And there are times where, in the course of your growth or in the course of your phases in life, you find yourself in moments where you may not be able to take more than you so desire to. And I think it is good that you come to that point where you are very real and true to where you are, and do not allow the expectations of people put you in that position where you think you are not achieving enough. Because I think that is one thing that I've found to have crippled women, because childbearing is work on its own. Now, I know she said the story of a boss that was pregnant and did not take a leave, and even when she put to bed, she had a laptop and then she had a baby. It's easy. I'm telling you, it's easy to look at that person and you think, wow, I want to be like that. But the truth is, what made her be like that? Do you have the capacity
To
to
do
invest or to sacrifice the things that she sacrificed? Because the truth is, the choices we make are hers. And how far we would go in life are also decisions that are tied to every single action that we make. Of course, I believe the place of providence. I believe the place of favor. I believe having voices speaking to us, like we have been saying. But the truth is, if you want a seat at that table, can you give can you pay the price? Can you pay the price? I remember that there was a time in my life where everything was just down. Everything was down. I lost my, I was married, I lost my husband, and I had just little moment for me to make a decision. Will you choose to sit down here and allow people pity you, or will you choose to make something tangible out of your life? At certain point, there were decisions that they were making that made some people look like you should be, there's a way they just expect you that you should be down there. Like, you shouldn't be out there. Why are you out here? What are you doing here? Are you not supposed to be doing this? Are you not supposed to be doing that? But then I am grateful to God that I made certain decisions and that I had people that I spoke to that also supported me and helped me to understand. Even there were steps that I was taking that I even did not understand. But like you said, when you have mentors, you have people that can encourage you. You have people who can advise you. It makes you also avoid making mistakes that can be very detrimental to your work. And I think it is very, very important that we pay attention to some of these things, because the truth is, you cannot just wish to have a good life. It's like, how will you wish it? How? You wish that you are making 1 million sales every month. If wishes were horses, even the leprous person would be in the seat of, I'm telling you. So as much as you're aspiring, as much as you are desiring, put in the necessary work. Apply for that course. Write that examination, and don't apply for jobs that you know that you do not have the skills and expertise to do. And sometimes we just wish that God will have favor on you and maybe the person who put the job there will just overlook certain things. No, organizations who roll out applications knows why they are rolling it out. Dr. Glory cannot want to be looking for a project manager, and she has a requirement of what she's looking for. And maybe because she thinks you are just a woman and she wants to include, she wants to be inclusive and other. Dr. Glory, will you just get on board any woman because you want to be inclusive? No.
The person should align. The person should align with the values of the organization. That's also
Yes.
Yeah, true.
Yes. Yeah, so it is very, very important. I know we've spent a whole lot of time, and I'm not saying under here. So in the next 5 to 10 minutes, we'll be closing and wrapping up. Do we have any question? Do you have any question for us? Dr. Glory is still here before we call it a day. Do we have anyone who has any question or any contribution before we wrap it up? I'm seeing a lot of comments, and he said I can relate. I currently experience one now. Women find it difficult to, let me see what is written here so I can read exactly what we have here and I'm not murdering it. Let me see. Somebody says, I'm currently experiencing one now. Women find it difficult to expressively give respect to their fellow women in leadership, whether they are younger or older. So long as they are be chosen to lead, we must accord them that respect. It's very, very important. Thank you very, very much, Sergio, for that. And then somebody said, I was reading for exam while in labor, Jesus, because I promised myself that childbirth will not deter me from forging ahead in my education. Like, you're hearing stories like this, I think it should inspire you. All right, we have two people who have raised up their hands after we should call it a day. Oluwakemi Glamour. All right, feel free to unmute yourself. Let's have your contribution or question.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
And it's so good. It's really so good to see Omotola again after a very long while. I miss you.
Sorry,
Dr. Glory, for that. Okay, so
hello,
is
Kemi.
that,
Hi. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. My question is that at what point do we get to realize that I need to rebrand or actually brand myself as a person? Because I've been finding that difficult separating myself from my business in such that like having to put my face forward in the business and then being confused on, okay, who am I aside the business? So I just wanted to expatiate on how to brand yourself personally and then aside the business. Thank you.
Okay, that's a good question. So when I was starting out, I also struggled with it. But what I came to realize is that your personal brand drives your corporate brand. You know, people need to trust you before they believe fully in what you're doing and what you stand for. If you look at most of these superstar CEOs, Elon Musk has, I mean, you can do the research after the program. Elon Musk will have like 2 million followers, while Tesla maybe has 500,000 followers or 1 million followers, or Richard Branson can have 5 million followers, while Virgin Atlantic will have 2 million followers. If you do the research, all those people always have larger than life brands more than their corporate brand. Why? Because you can sell the company tomorrow. And when you sell the company, it's it's like it has been divested. Ownership has divested. But you see that your personal brand equity, it's something that you keep on building and build. And in fact, you can, if you build your personal brand so much, you can sell a company and then use that personal brand and still establish a new company. This lady, Trisha Bays, Trisha Bays, I think she taught you too. She's a marketing coach. She's established herself as a digital marketing expert and a knowledge creation expert. She has about 150K followers on the gram. She now started to build a resort, Ziba. And it's a world-class resort somewhere in Aja. And she said she don't spend the month she launched, she was fully booked. In fact, people were booking months in advance. And she was like, she did not spend a dime on marketing. It's just on the strength of the personal brand that she has built on her own, you know. And that's another thing I see many entrepreneurs making mistakes with rushing, you know, to do. You start a business today and you want to write a book tomorrow. I mean, I'm sorry to say, who knows you? Who's going to buy that book apart from your family and friends and people in your network? But you need to invest in building that personal brand. You know, it's called in the marketing industry, it's called a platform. So build a platform, you know, uh, get have speaking engagements, use social media, start an email newsletter, post regularly on WhatsApp status, get involved in communities, get involved in your in different networks, you know, put yourself out there, and then you see that it will have a positive effect on your brand. So just to summarize, your personal brand is actually what drives your corporate brand most times. So just look at it that way. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think just to also add to that, there's really nothing, there's really no point of, okay, start in the next 5 years. Like now, start today. There are things that defines you. There are things that propels you. There's the reason why you want to even begin a business. There are values that you have. There are principles that you have. Just be free to express yourself.
Express them.
Don't put
Yeah.
yourself, don't put yourself on that thing to want to start talking about the technicalities of the production of what you know. Those things are so esoteric. They make you look like so big, and then people engage you and they want to really get to know you, and they're like, oh, who are we meeting, right? So by all means, I can always sit down with you, Kemi. You know I'm here for you, right? To help you look at how do you create that. And by all means, also feel free to reach out to Dr. Glory. I know she'll be willing to open up to us. You know, one thing we said about this program is that we are going to be opening it up to a lot of mentorship because we know that we need it, right? So our conversation should not end here. It extends beyond here. Thank you so much, Dr. Glory. I
Sure.
hope that Annie is around because I really want us to close this room as soon as we can. Annie, can you speak?
Yes, I can. Hello,
All
everyone.
right.
Thank you,
Hello.
Mrs. Omotola and Dr. Glory. Thank you for an insightful section. I really enjoyed it. So I wanted to talk about the aspect of the woman you mentioned that was working till the last day she gave birth. So I'm someone that had that zeal, and but it came out at a negative result for me because in my company I'm part of the sales team, and I work as a field sales person. So during sometime last year, I was pregnant and I was still stretching myself. So as a result of that, I had a miscarriage as a result of the stress and that. So what I wanted to say that it doesn't actually work for everyone because of that miscarriage, I was forced to go for rest for like a month. I was forced to take a break because according to the doctors, I stressed myself so much that it got to that stage. So it doesn't really work for everyone. It depends on your body physique or your body makeup. So some people can end up stressing themselves during pregnancy and it comes out well for them. Why some it doesn't really come out, depends on your body. So well, anybody that it works for, fine. Then we'll keep trying. So I just wanted to put that in that it doesn't really work for everyone because it did not really work for me. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for sharing your story. But I think to put a bit of perspective, Dr. Glory wasn't giving it as a rule of thumb. What she was doing was referring to the experiences that women in leadership go through, and she made reference to that. And I agree with what you said, Annie. Not everybody's body is the same. So it is your responsibility as a woman to understand your body system and to take care of it, right? It is your responsibility. Any final words from you, Dr. Glory?
Yes, okay, thank you very much. Thanks, Annie, for that point. As you know, there are always two sides to every story. So I thank you for also providing your perspective. I'm sorry to hear about, you know, your challenge, and I'm glad that, you know, you've overcome it, and I'm sure you're even stronger for it. So
Yeah.
I want to align with what Dorcas says. Sorry, do you want me to call you Omotola or Dorcas? Even though we're at the end.
Anyone, it's fine.
Okay, okay, what Omotola said, I'm not glorifying the hustle, so I'm not saying, we have to work 100 hours a week or thereabouts. I was just using isolated examples, and business is a bit funny. It's almost like it's like every other thing in life, right? You have to define what you want and know and which is it's very difficult actually to know what you want, because there there's peer pressure, there's the voices of your friends, your leaders, family, but you need to be able to. It's part of the number one requirement to be a successful leader, whether you're a male or a female, is self-awareness. So you need to be aware of yourself, and before you can even be of value or help other people. So in parting, I would say, know yourself, know what you want to achieve, know the price you have to pay to get it, and think long term. In this part of the world, we don't always think very long term. But if you're trying to build a business, know that, as they say, you can have everything you want, but not most time, not all at the same time. So you can have a phased approach. For the next 5 years, I'll focus on my business, on my career. 5 years, I'll scale down once I have a team and give more attention to my family or, whatever, or my personal life or this other hobby I have or whatever. So you also need to be able to think long-term and have a long-term approach to your life so that in 30 years, 40 years, 50 years, you'll look back and you'll be glad about the kind of life that you've built. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Glory. And we love you, honey. We're sending our loves to you. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us in this interesting conversation. Like, it's been such an awesome time here. So let's continue the conversation. Let's take proactive step. Let's inspire inclusion and gender equality in the workplace and beyond. I want to thank everyone for providing such invaluable contribution. Because at the end of the day, for me, is always, what are we doing next? Next step. It's the same way I tell salespeople on every call, always have a next step. What are you doing at the end of this thing? So it shouldn't just end here. There should always be a next step. So it is important that we translate these discussions into action and that we create meaningful changes for women, for women's growth and for our empowerment. So thank you so much, everyone. On this, we want to say thank you, Dr. Glory. I hope that when next we have this opportunity for you to come speak with us, that you would yield our call. We know you will.
Absolutely, definitely. Definitely.
All right. Thank you so much, everyone who stayed through till the end. From Sefil to Pat, to Kemi, to Kofo, Yetunde, Bukola, Parisin, Busola, Annie, Terry, Aminat, every single one of you. We want to say thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I can't even begin to start mentioning names right now, but I want to say thank you to every single person who has been part of this event. From, like, it took us just less than 3 days to pull the numbers together. We had over 148 people, and I know that many people were having issues with connecting because of network. So we'll make the recording available. We just want to say thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Glory. Thank you, every single person, for being part of it. Let's have a wonderful evening and happy International Women's Day.
Wish you all the same. Thank you, ladies. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure. Well done, Omotola. You anchored a splendid program. Well done. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. All right, let's have a good evening, everyone. I think we should be closing in the next 4 minutes. Bye-bye.
All right, bye, everyone. Take care.
Bye, Mom.
Oh, what do you need? Yes. Yes. My hard work. I was thinking I'll make it check it. Oh, we are never watching it. I'll make it a new job. Oh, my boy. Oh. Equipo.
We
Where the picture, man? Where picture, man? Machine. You need to check it out. Machine and then that machine man. Why did you check? How many are there? No. Then also damn it. Whatever that you want to achieve. You need this one. Now okay. What's next? This one for spraying. Work level, focus, mosquito. All manner of things. Golden opportunity. We're in town. No. Where my picture, my neighbor? I only go now. Work by only when you want muja. You are there in town, no. Let him move. Let him move. All of that is also down. Forward close. I see I do go back now. Always 77. Oh, yeah, you 500. I was lucky that. When you oh God, though. Old price. Hey, your sister Jen. I will back. I have a lot. Bring for me. More than 30. We are letting me ask here where I'll see with you. I have many portraits. Well, I see here, he will just drop it there. I will work as his okay, yes. When I came and seek it, I will call you. Also, work on Sunday. Okay. That enough cover. No wala. So I have a lot. Maybe I'll bring 20. Okay. This is 100. I have any collection too. Hello? Take a walk for money. 600. That's 2,000. 4,000. And 2,600. Hey, well, with now, 600 direction. 300 I see what we are 2,400. No. 2,400. Oh, I'm married. You're married 400, so 2,400. 2,400. 5, 10. 6. And where? For any buyer go calculate 4,000 mathematically. When it's too much. What you do today don't make me like you, but most of us. How are you? Not to say you want to do, you stop making me try. You try. When wow. Next time, 77. May I win? Oh, now we have 500 accuracy. It's 30. Where did they vegan? 300. Nah. It's not. Kerosene, you are up the kerosene when? Made it see it's 500. Oh, I better bring this in. Let me see.
For your prayer is that by the grace of God, no one. I don't know what is your mind. What is your mind as?
Yeah,
I'm happy. No, what I'm saying is that you are open to work. Yes, I would like to work. I don't receive one. I don't receive only many things do.
The fee not, and that the fee not.
Now, 1.5 collect 1.5. That's
Wow.
That's not the issue. You're all set up.
Yeah. Where's the scene? Or the POS now don't they show something? Show remote clear something. Now the offer. Your POS or move but
What did you do? Now you know anything that I don't see my skin. The important is my skin. Where is it?
They said they don't talk something. They say temper sauce. Temper sauce. We'll call office. And they'll call the
temper sauce. They don't touch what.
My temper. They temper with this. Wait a minute. I don't buzz about me. I will make it go. Oh, good.
You know, what they take open that thing. That thing when I do that, I know what. Yeah. What do we need like you need no man? Suppose I know someone can buy you tomato. Aye. Oh.
Please contact customer service. I think we'll call it.
Hello?
Their customers. Thank you, sir. Let me practice. Yes. Transaction approved. Let me please. Waiting. Research card fee will give you.
This is where I hear I for.
4-5. Your earring. What big the pin? POS na. You're not calling customer care. Why you're not go?
They remove the one we remove the one with the empty. Put empty.
You remove blow. This one na memory dey stay here. No, memory card. You remove blow, carry blow only. Put that one.
No. Now, make you remove this empty and put the empty.
Remove this empty and put the other empty.
This empty will come in. Let's see now. Any hobbies?
You don't enter.
Very ariwo mother.
Where we see.
For where?
For where? Nah, Mandai,
Maybe by.
Nobody has paid for me. I'm serious.
Serious?
But when they have collected, when we owed me last year, but nobody has paid for me. See, who can't pay for me? Huh? With me, I'm in charge. It's not your
Madam.
When they have to
if you don't please, I will go tell your guy.
Okay. No. We va ser rere o.
Okay now.
About 3 weeks ago. Yes, we came. Oh, no. Sorry, one. I want what I mean, I must say. You know, that bad.